All right, cool. We are up on YouTube. Okay, so just real quick to sum up what we're doing for the YouTube crowd, we are going to finish up the LLMs.txt scaffolding. After that, we have some bugs to figure out. One of them is the fact that the same post is making it to Discord multiple times for Git Butler, and probably for other stuff. So we got to debug that, like, way better. So yeah, that's our plan, and let's get to it. Just double checking. Music's good. That's all good. Sweet. All right, so what we want to do is we want to think of the structure that we're going to have for this file. Right, and we were looking at how OpenAI and a couple other companies do it. Right, so this is the LLMs.full instead of like linking to everything. Or LLMs-full, I suppose. Now, hold on, which one is this? This is OpenAI, and this is OpenAI, so they should be grouped. And then, yeah, the Claude one. I find it interesting that overview is in there twice. Yeah, that doesn't even seem good. So yeah, back to it. They really don't do much of a hierarchy. Interesting. So it took me a second to see it, at least. I thought they were doing like a bunch of duplication, but it turns out they've got like these qualifiers in there. And hey, what's up? Yeah, which one did you go with? Did you go with the item one, or did you go with like the no name one? Right, multi RTMP or whatever. Yeah, AITUM. Yep. Yeah, no worries. What were you up to on your stream? And what's up, Moshiko? How you doing? That's awesome, dude. That's great, man. And what's up, Standard? And what's up, Sam? How's it going with me? Yeah, it's going well. We're just looking at how a couple bigger companies structure their LLMs.txt file. We did a bunch of that looking yesterday, but yeah, now we need to actually hammer it out. If you're not familiar with what the LLM's text is for, right, it's basically a way of getting your content to be read by LLMs. They read all sorts of stuff. And theoretically, there's people that say this doesn't get read at all. I'm not so sure, and it turns out that Claude and OpenAI both have a version of it for their docs. So it's got to be used, or it planned to be used. Why would they put the effort in otherwise, right? So yeah, we're just considering what we got to do to structure these things, and we don't have to be perfect about it. It seems like the biggest issue is that we don't have .md versions of any of our pages. So we almost need to do that. The nice part is we're going to be doing like our blog posts and content using Markdown. I think for frequently asked questions, maybe not that necessary. Or we have to do like a bunch of formatting. Yeah, and even these blog posts are going to need a little bit of formatting. Because if we look at, all right, like any of these pages, I find it interesting that they're doing some of this decoration stuff. You had Japanese food yesterday. You're thinking pizza today? Sure. So I find this interesting. We've got links here, but they're relative. What's that, Sam? Okay. That's fine, Moshiko. It'll get there eventually. All right. So, yeah. So we go back to here. We we probably don't want to do the blog posts yet. But we could do all of the frequently asked questions. What's up, Jayla? So what I almost want to do then... Here, let me show you what I'm seeing. Right, we've got frequently asked questions, category slug. We've got blog, slug, etc. What I'm thinking is blog, slug. We're going to want an MD file for those. But it's loading in Markdown that's here. This should be loudspeaker. There you go, Madeline. Yeah, no worries, Headhunter. Thank you for hanging out. Let me get more music going. So the tricky part is let me double check this again. So if we look at this page, I find it interesting that they're not doing like full on Markdown, but they are. I'm just curious what these sections are meant to be versus just like proper headlines, right? So we only see like H3s getting nested within these larger sections. What's up, FD? How you doing? Or not FD, sorry, Brainless. Brain fart. Why? Yeah, eCode repeat. Just looking through your chat, I already see that previously you normally view DJs on here or software devs. Another streamer got really pissed off at you because you told them to use Claude, LOL. How is this any different than that? Like, what the fuck, dude? I get it. You're seeing the fact that I'm looking at this doc as in I'm obviously looking at and caring about what the doc is telling me. I'm not. I'm looking at the structure, dude. I don't give a fuck what this post is about. Like, whatsoever, dude. Like, at fucking all. We're looking at it for the structure. What's up, Celestial? How you doing? You might make some bad financial decisions. Sounds fun. So if this is what an individual post looks like, it's not exactly rocket science, right? So this is the way OpenAI is doing it. Let's look at one of Claude Code's markdown files, see how they're structuring stuff. Or not Claude Code, but just Claude. All right, so it seems to me like Anthropic follows standard markdown structure. I don't know, eat code repeat. Why are you telling people how they should code? Like, let people just code. It does not affect you. Let people do what they want. Those comments are shit. Like, really fucking bad, dude. You see someone coding in VS Code and you're like, hey, should you maybe check out NeoVim? Yeah, it's a shit comment every time, dude. Celestial, please add a kappa to statements like that. Oh my god. You guys, I was pointing out what shit comments are, not saying you should start doing them yourselves. What have you done? You did the same thing that you did to the other person. You jumped in with a suggestion without even considering what someone's actually doing. In the future, eat code repeat, maybe get the context of what someone's actually doing before you offer some suggestion out of nowhere. And yeah, you want to know how you can figure out what I'm actually doing? You can ask. We always have a today command. There are so many options for you to not make a random fucking suggestion. In general, I hope you learn this. Eat code repeat. Devs typically don't like those random suggestions out of nowhere. There's evidence of it in whatever streamer didn't like you saying they should use Claude. There's evidence of it today. Maybe just don't make comments like that. Weird, right? Jesus. Or get the context before you assume the context. You make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. And that's fine. But again, you're making a massive assumption about it, and you're still continuing the conversation about the shit that it's not related to whatsoever. Just take the L and apologize. Like, it's that easy, dude. Like, fuck. We're spending the time having to explain to you this stuff when you could just ask. We're working on scaffolding our LLMs.txt. If you're ever curious, we have a today command that we set up every single day, unique to our plans for the day. And if you're wondering why I'm a little short at eat code repeat. The one that I've run twice. Like, motherfucker. Why won't it read? I have run this command twice since telling you about it. And are you just ignoring the stuff that Nightbot's saying? All right, so my thought here is we're going to have content in a blog post and in our marketing stuff, right? Like in our docs as well. That's what I'm doing. Every time I start to get like back into what we're doing, some shit like that happens there, DevLatbo. Like, Ruby's ragu. Yeah, it looked all right. All right, so before DevLatbo interrupted us, the plan is we're going to have Markdown as the content of the post, but we're going to need to add some extra context for it, right? Like the title probably needs to be, you know, added later as one of these, right? What we want to do is glue it together. I think the tricky part is I don't think we get access to the original Markdown content. Where would we be able to check that? So I think we're doing it on the home page where we're accessing like the rendered prop. Yeah, so we get the FAQ and we get rendered.html. Oh, maybe this. All right, so we have the FAQs here. Let's just try this. We're going to log. Right, raw FAQ content. We'll do facts, whatever 0 is, and then here, is it just body? All right, so then the home page should theoretically have that content. All right, so raw fat content does seem to be that. And it looks like it is just the purely like formatted whatever. So that's how we can get the raw data. So yeah, we can like glue together the raw, you know, blog post, fac, docs content, and then maybe just like fill in a little bit of the extra stuff. And I think that'll work. So yeah, anything that's markdown content by default, we should be able to glue together ourselves. Can I not use RSS and feed off that? That assumes we have RSS set up already, which we don't. But also, why would we want to do RSS that way? RSS is like about content as it comes down the pipeline, right? So recency matters more. This is for LLMs to just be able to understand the content in general. Think of it like a sitemap, but for LLMs. A sitemap and an RSS feed are fundamentally separate goals. All right, so Moshiko, when I work on a new feature, do I usually create a branch for that specific feature, then merge it to main once I'm done? When I'm doing like solo projects, it depends. If it's like a big feature, then maybe. If it's something smaller, I might just do it straight to main. For my stuff. For work, it's always in a branch. You would imagine it would prefer JSON over MD. All evidence points to otherwise. Here's an example of someone else's LLMs.txt. Eat code repeat. Like, did you check out the LLMs text website? You didn't, right? You should. Maybe. There's arguments saying that it's not used yet, but OpenAI and Claude both have one. So we're going to follow their pattern. That's all there is to it. At this very moment, eat code repeat, I'm not looking for any advice. All I'm saying is what I'm planning out loud. I'm not looking for advice on any of this stuff. So I don't think we need to do a full-on MD file for frequently asked questions. For support pages, we would. And I would say for blog posts, we probably should too, right? The reason I'm wondering is we could at least start setting up another file here, right? So then we're going to mimic kind of what we're doing with the LLMs.txt in that we're going to have to create like a get API route for it. I think that's the move. So then the file here in blog would be something like slug.md.ts. And then this is where we would want to kind of like glue some stuff together to output an MD file that we could link to. And I think that would work. And what's up, devils? How you doing? Fine with LLM search results as long as they actually provide good results. Okay. And yeah, Mitri, this is a good album. Before and after pictures in a docx? That's weird. But setting up a script to grab screenshots shouldn't be too hard. That's just Puppeteer or Playwright or whatever. And then gluing those into a docx. That's weirder, but doable. So, devil's eye. What I would get at is you are recognizing that that probably should have been a variable. And the variable probably should have been named semantically so that you could just change it in one place. Problem solved, right? The fact that you had to go and touch 72 separate components is insane. Someone really fucked up on the design system. Whoever your senior is that set that up really fucked you. All right, so there's going to be certain pages that are not going to be marked down at all. Yeah, I get that devil's eye, but that's not actually the issue, right? Black and black neutral are not semantic names. Either way, that's the problem. There should be a semantic name that describes the purpose of that color. You may have multiple semantic names that are just an alias to whatever color that is. And then you just change that one color or you change the semantic ones to point to something else. But it should happen in just like a variable's CSS file or something equivalent to that. Your Tailwind config, whatever. Someone did not put the effort in to make a proper design system, and you're dealing with that now. Oh, there you go, Ethan. Let's check this out real quick. Yeah, so you have a Tailwind config, so there's no excuse not to have something like bg-main or text main or something like that. And then text main can point to some other variable. But as long as you know semantically we want this thing to change everywhere, text main, well, then there you go. That's fine. Yeah, I find this ends up getting a little too right? Like, this is the same problem we have with fucking, like, Gastown and all that bullshit, right? They just create these weird words to describe what the thing's doing. So then you gotta learn all that terminology on top of it. Right? Like, the whole atoms, molecules, organisms thing is gross. Like, come on. Yeah, so I get it, Ethan. This is going into composition, but it's not really going into, like, variable naming, right? Like, CSS design system, like colors. Like, it just doesn't go deep enough to describe that part. It's fine. But yeah, like, really has nothing to do with, like, the proper way of naming, like, color variables in your application. Now, granted, am I doing that in my app? No. I'm too lazy for it. But it would be a different story if this were for work, you know? Like, I'm not expecting to get other people into this code base for a long time. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, you'll set up maybe color specific names, sure. Skylark Blue or whatever. But then even in Tailwind, right, you probably want to make sure that you're using that Skylark Blue semantically when you're assigning that color to things. Right? So BG main, BG whatever, right? But okay, so as far as this goes, right, we get this slug.md.ts. We'll copy some of the boilerplate, get that in here. Shit. So hold on. This might not work because we have to do this. Maybe we can still do that. Right? Like, it's just outside the scope of the function, but that shouldn't be a big deal. Hmm. Have I done much with MCPs? They are really interesting game changers for documentation when combined with agents. Some really interesting MCPs out there. I wonder if your site could maybe have a function that would be useful for MCPs. That way models see the site more if the MCP catches on. Yes, I have done stuff with MCPs. Are you saying I should have an MCP server for Messijo? No. We don't even have a public API. That's basically what MCP servers are for, exposing your public API to LLMs. Look at it this way, eat code repeat. MCP is for agentic things to do stuff. right? It's the same thing as skills, you know, from a top level. That is not at all what the LLMs.txt is for. Not at all what LLMs.txt are for. When you're typing into ChatGPT, is there an MCP option? There isn't. This is about discoverability using raw Claude chatbot and raw ChatGPT and other just raw chatbots. Look at it this way. No fucking normie is setting those up. Exactly. No fucking normie is setting that up. Nobody from marketing. No CEOs. No one in sales. No normie is setting that up. MCPs have nothing to do with the goal of LLMs.txt. I would highly recommend you go read the LLMs.txt page that Celestial linked to you. Huge market of people? What market of people? You fundamentally just misunderstand the goal of LLMs.txt. It is not the same as an MCP server. It is not accomplishing the same goal whatsoever. What's up, Crow? How you doing? So it seems like, yeah, get static paths on this page should totally just work. So then how do we get access to the params and props? Are those args that get passed to the route? I think they might be. Right, so it is an API context. If I had a side use case that used the MCP, the problem is discovery. So how is the MCP server discovered? See what I'm getting at? Crawling is the only way that would be discovered in the first place. Most likely through an LLMs.txt. The entire goal is generative engine optimization. When a user types in, I want to, monitor keywords on social media, we want Messijo to come up as a recommendation. Crawling is the only way that happens. That's it. Done. Right? MCP is moot. Completely irrelevant. Not related to what we're trying to do whatsoever. Like, dude, I don't know how to explain this anymore for you. Not related. Discovery is the fundamental problem here. If you can't discover the site, how can you discover the MCP server? Like, you're spending all of this effort just to avoid going to the LLM's text website. Like, dude, this answers all of those fucking questions for you. When it checks those lists, what list? What list? LLMs don't crawl those lists. They don't just randomly call random MCP servers. That does not exist. That does not happen. MCP are opt-in. It requires the user to opt into using an MCP server. This is unrelated. We're talking about users that are not going to be setting up MCP servers. Yes, there are directories, but most of them aren't even used. In VS Code, their internal directory is actually just the ones that they decided to approve, and it's like 70. Meanwhile, there's the official Anthropic MCP directory that has thousands of things in it, and basically no one's using it. Kind of crow. It's an RPC request response mechanism. You can have that be a remote server, or it can be a server on your local machine. Right? And then the LLM will send messages to that. When you're setting up an MCP server, it exposes the tools that are available. So you connect the MCP server, the editor sends a request to the MCP server and gets back a list of tools that it can then call. That's fundamentally it. So what tools would they be calling on Messijo? Nothing. Fucking nothing. There is no tool. There is no functionality we're trying to expose. I still don't understand what you're saying. Eat, code, repeat. You fundamentally misunderstand the use case of MCP servers. That's it. You're just completely misunderstanding the use case. No, they don't train on MCP servers. They do not fucking do that. That's exactly not the point of MCP servers. MCP servers are things that can be done because LLMs as a chatbot is just a text response. It seems like you are, because you're recommending this thing that has nothing to do with what the fuck we're talking about, dude. Absolutely nothing. The appeal to authority. And in that 25 years, how long have MCP servers been around? The fucking appeal to authority. The logical fallacy of all logical fallacies. I'm not saying you're stupid. You just fundamentally misunderstand the point of MCP servers. I don't think you do know what an MCP server does, because you would know that it has nothing to do with discoverability. Absolutely fucking nothing to do with discoverability. No, servers do not train on stuff that MCP does. That's the exact opposite. They do not train on MCP results. They fucking do not. Dude. I don't know how many more times I got to tell this to you to explain it. They are not training on responses from MCP servers. That is fundamentally a separate part of the entire flow of how they get and learn data. 25 years in the industry. Dude. Dude. I don't know if you need to know this. Anytime you have to use that, you have lost. You have already fucking lost the argument. Because you're not even able to explain your point any better. You just want to have people accept it. Like, you don't want to actually explain your point any better. You just want them to, like, listen to you because you've been doing it so long. Dude, never use an appeal to authority. Just don't do it. I understand completely what you're saying. It doesn't work that way, though. It is not some secret life hack. It just does not work that way. It is completely irrelevant to our goal, which is marketing people searching for something. That's it. Our target market trying to find our product on the internet. That's it. MCP has nothing to do with that. And where does it get a list of those links? By crawling it? It involves MCP servers like MCP doc. Yeah, no, that's not what eatcode repeat was saying. Eatcode repeat was saying I should make my MCP server, which has nothing to do with that. MCP doc is a black box. I have nothing to do with that either. All I can do is create an LLMs.txt. That's it. All I can do is make my marketing site crawlable, outside of LLMs.txt as well. That's it. What would my MCP server do? What would be in its list of tools? Right? Like, think about that. What would the MCP server actually do? No idea. Exactly. You have no fucking idea. Like, dude, return the list of links. Dude. Like, motherfucker. Dude, eat code repeat. You've been doing this 25 years? At this point, that number is just kind of embarrassing for you if you just can't get it. Like, dude. Again, eat code repeat. It seems like you like recommending things with no context. Right? You're not even thinking through your suggestions. Like when you recommended Claude on whatever stream that was. Eat code repeat, you set me up for it from the start, dude. Notice how I'm really kind of only having a problem with you right now? You went to typingpoorly.com? Nice. Yes, I get it. Eat code repeat, but you didn't even bother to ask us why we were looking at that. Like, why would we be reading the raw markdown for something like that instead of their docs? You didn't think through that suggestion at all. And you could have just asked, why are you looking at markdown instead of the docs? That might have helped. There's so much you could have done. And still, like, the fact that you're still so gung-ho about MCP being relevant whatsoever here is just crazy, man. Yes, you are very condescending when you make suggestions without considering what the person's actually doing. Yeah. It is very condescending to throw out suggestions without thinking them through. Obviously, you've been doing this for 25 years, so you definitely know better, right? Yeah, that appeal to authority was very condescending as well. I'm not. I'm speaking to you like you have no idea what an MCP server's actual goal is, which is evident at this point. Yeah, you can say you know what an MCP server is for, but all of your other statements have proven otherwise. Like, dude. All right, so it does look like params and props do come through here. Cool. So what we could do then is we could actually destructure. See, Ethan, right? He doesn't even know what he's suggesting. That's why it's such a shit suggestion. If there are a few URLs on MCPs, it may link the keywords. Yeah, dude, I don't care. That's not what we're doing right now. Yeah, what does few URLs on MCPs even mean? I get what you're saying. I don't get how it has any relevance towards the goal that I'm trying to solve right now. My goal is visibility, right? What you're basically saying is, no, don't bother with this LLMs.txt thing. Do this other crazy hack. Which is the same shit that we've been pushing back on for SEO hacks this entire fucking time as well. Right? Just make good content. Done. You want to show up in SEO? Make good content. That's it. Same thing with GEO. Make good content that's easily parsable by an LLM. One way to possibly do that is LLMs.txt. That's what we're going to do. And I think an MCP server is a ridiculous fucking idea. Because it's trying to do some hack. No, dude. Do not hack SEO. Ever. You will get burned. There are entire websites who were killed by Google changing their algorithm. Completely done because Google recognized that they were scam artists. Don't take shortcuts. Just make good content. Done. In your 25 years, you probably should have learned that about SEO. What really got to me? The fucking appeal to authority, dude. I hate that so goddamn much. We all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and suck at it too. All right, let's get more music going. Well, it's a waste of time. Responding to you? Yeah, I think I'm just now realizing that. And again, my point being, eat code repeat. Suggestions without taking in the context are bad suggestions. All right, so this is on params. Let's see. Post. Sure. All right, so then our content is going to be something like this. Post. Ooh. Do we not get any type safety from that? Oh, it's an any. Shit. I don't know. We don't want to gang up on people. Right? So, yes, I am being the jerk to someone who I perceived as slightly jerkish. Not as much as I am being a jerk, but that appeal to authority, man. Just do not do those. Ever. Everyone in chat, do not do an appeal to authority. It does not matter how long you've been doing something. There are kids in the X Games for snowboarding who've been riding for like 5 years. Only 5 years. I did go today. It was all right. It was incredibly slushy. Yeah, definitely got an issue with my boots. But yeah, it was all right. You know, it's just fun to get up there. Made sure my pass still works. So E code repeat. Can we reset? Are we good? And it looks like he took off. Yes, I went snowboarding. I did. It was all right. I don't know. It definitely could have been a better day. It was just, it's so hot. And it wasn't like the good kind of slush either. But yeah, you know, after all of that, I might have been willing to just let it go. But he also unfollowed after that, too. So I can make it permanent. I can make it nice and easy. Just gonna let you know, man. Doing an appeal to authority is the quickest way to get on my bad side. I know. Still didn't even make the top 10 griffing disagreements. Exactly. I've had this beanie before, yeah. Just so ridiculous. Like, just make an MCP server. That does what? Like, dude. Just multiple bad suggestions. They should really just stop suggesting things in every coding channel they go into, because it seems like a pattern for them. Right? Someone's trying to like really dig into and understand a complex bug, and he suggests, well, just use Claude. I looked through their history, and like one of the, I don't know, last week or two, maybe 2 weeks ago, they had mentioned that a streamer blew up on them because they were in the middle of a tough bug, and he suggested, oh, just use Claude. Motherfucker. Like, do you think that's some revelation at this point? Like, someone's struggling through a problem, right? Someone's struggling through a problem, and your suggestion, right? Just trying to help is just use Claude, as if they've never heard of Claude before at this point. Like, dude, what? Come on, man. Like, and it all started from another thing where I don't even know. Like, I was on this page because we were looking at the structure of it, trying to mimic or at least understand what structure we want to follow for individual posts. But they saw Agent Builder and immediately were like, no, use this other thing. Use Codex. Use whatever. And it's like, I didn't understand why they were recommending that, because I wasn't even looking at what the content of this page is. I'm just looking at the structure. So that already, like, kind of set me on the wrong path. And then they just kept doubling down. And then there's the appeal to authority. And honestly, seriously, if I'm being really, really, truly honest, the worst coworkers I've ever had are the ones that think they know better because they've been doing it for 25 years. But they're actually, like, unwilling to go and learn. Like, we gave them so many links. What is this today command I keep talking about? The one that I've run twice, and Nightbot has actually said my plan for today. Twice. since he asked it. Celestial gave him the link to llmstext.org. He never went and clicked into it, never looked at it. Like, he just refuses to learn or do anything because he's got 25 years experience, right? Just read. Why won't it read? Like, dude, some people are infuriating. Worst coworkers I've ever had were the I've been doing this 25 years kind of person. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, him versus Neckbeard. He might be Neckbeard. He might be Neckbeard AI. Damn it, did Neckbeard AI become sentient? That might be it. Shit. I was hoisted by my own creation. Yeah, and just keep in mind, there is no evidence that LLMs are currently using LLMs.txt. But the fact that both OpenAI and Anthropic have an LLMs.txt for their docs has to mean something. So we're going to do it just because it's kind of a fun task. How do we dynamically generate our LLMs.txt and these MD files that are then easier to consume for any of these things, right? Yeah, that's what we're looking at right here. I know the text is a little small, but this is literally what we're looking at. But yeah, so this part's tricky. How do we get this type? Like, we could hard code it, but that's brittle. Like, how do we dynamically get this type? Now, it seems to me like it's like a collection item or something. And then this would be like maybe the type that we have defined in our content schemas. And actually, this is just for facts, so we should do it for blog posts too. I think I may have lost. Yeah, we definitely lost the Stack Overflow link that had what we were looking for. Oh, interesting. Yeah, hold on. Let's just see if we have it in our history. Must have lost it. There we go. Oh. So my thought then, we could just pull out this function. Yeah, so that's what we want to do. We want to pull out this function, and it's going to be get blog schema. We're just going to go over here. All right, so then image function, I think that comes from Astro, right? Yep. Now, what they're recommending is instead of type of, it's a return type, actually. So then, voila. Okay. So we at least get that part, right? So we got FAQ and blog post. All right. So then, I'm not sure we're even going to need slug. But yeah, so then as ooh, yeah, how do we end up, right? We want to get like the file path rendered, ID body collection data stuff. Collection entry. And I think we're good. All right, so collection entry. I'm not even certain this is actually going to work either. Like, regardless of this whole, like, props part. We should try and make this work. I bet there's another way we can do this. So then return type. How do we get the... And oh, man. That's close. Ooh. Oh, you know what? We could do this. And it's not return type, it's just typo. And then that'll work, theoretically. Yeah. All right, that's way better. Okay, so then we would do something like data.title. All right, so then let's try this. Now hold on. Is that the slug? No, it's that. Okay. Yeah. Hot dog. Okay. So then, if we were to continue down that path... And what's up, Snowblower? How you doing? We'll unban them. Yeah, you missed out on a really interesting conversation. I don't know if it was that interesting, actually. It was probably infuriating for everyone involved. So yeah, just sitting down to test out Claude Cowork. What is Claude Cowork? I haven't even heard of that one. Okay. Interesting. Big T. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I definitely could have handled it better for sure. Crow's just messing with you. Had to put it on your Mac Mini. Not sure how much you trust it. I did. I definitely did. But I definitely could have been cooler about it too. Ask me anything about MCP. That was the big part. Dude. That was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The appeal to authority, man. That is the quickest way to get on my bad side. Or to cement yourself there if you're already on it. Okay, so it's basically like, I guess Cowork is like an agent that goes through multiple steps instead of like the typical ChatGPT request response flow. But it's also a thing that like does stuff too. So Claude Desktop could then call out to tools to do things, and it could orchestrate all those things together. So this may be a use case where MCP is like the core part of the functionality. I think it would have to be. Okay. It does seem interesting. I had not heard of Cowork. But yeah, it's purely about like the desktop app, right? It's almost like the Ralph thing. Like it brings Claude Desktop closer to like Ralph functionality. And still just a research preview, so it's only on Mac. Oh, yep. Huh. All right. Yeah, it's probably worth checking out. Like, what are you planning on doing with it, I guess? Like, I'm very much, like, results driven. Like, what is a task that you would want to use, or that you would want to use cowork for? I'm curious about that part. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So it's a solution looking for a problem at the moment. That happens. Nothing wrong with that. If it can control the browser, you might have it do some grading for you. Sure. My guess is you'd have to expose like an MCP server that runs the browser for you. But maybe that's built in. I don't know. It is the word of the day. Yeah, no worries there, Snowblower. We'll see you soon. All right, so yeah, this works. So I think our plan is good. I know, right, CK? For sure. Was it a full 30 minutes we were arguing with them? Ugh. I think the worst part was, like, the moment I tried to do something else, he'd pull me back into the argument. Like, the moment I was trying to actually, like, just move on. Right? He'd just spam some giant paragraph of bullshit that I'd have to parse. Yeah, I don't know. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Totally. But yeah, so all of this, yeah, blog posts we don't care about. Gone. All right, so then from here, the next thing we want to do is we want to fill in the raw content. Now I'm so curious what stream the dude was in where he recommended code. I'm so curious on what streamer I'm going to be a huge fan of at this point. Shit. Who do we think it was? He mentioned it was a she. What stream would someone have been super deep into something or suggesting just use Claude would have gotten an angry response from the streamer? I don't think it would have been Bash Bunny. Like, she would have just started ignoring him real quick. What lady streamers get mad on stream, I guess? I don't know. We had someone in here. Yeah, not sure, Captain. We had someone in here who is just full of bad suggestions. Crow, if it keeps buffering, maybe just lower the quality. I usually have my font big enough that you can read it. But yeah, like he came in recommended like a bad recommendation because he misunderstood what we were doing. Which I get that. That's fine. It took me a second to understand it. So then while I was not understanding why they were suggesting Codex or Codex Cloud or whatever, I went and looked through their history and noticed a comment where they mentioned that on some other channel, and like they made this comment like weeks ago. They were in some channel where someone was in like a complex bug, and the dude recommended just use Claude. At which point the streamer got very upset with him. And now I'm trying to think what streamer that you would refer to by she, right? Actually allows themselves to get mad on stream. I'm so curious about that now. Yeah. Because in his comment, he said she got really mad about it. So now I'm like, oh man. Yeah, I feel like Bash Bunny would not get mad. Bash Bunny would have ignored him. Bash Bunny wouldn't have even seen his comment, or would have seen it and just immediately ignored him. Yeah, she's good about that. Yeah, no worries, Crow, but you can lower the quality. Just put me at 480p. But up to you. So yeah, now I'm just so curious. Janet? Ooh, I don't know. I could see Janet. And when he said mad, like, he's probably over exaggerating, right? Yeah, I could see that being it. I would assume mad like angry. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me just read it verbatim, just so I'm not paraphrasing and getting it wrong. Who knows? I must have lost it. Yeah, I think I lost it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was back that far. Oh, hold on. No, here it is. It was just, yeah, I was missing it. This was their comment. I normally just view DJs on here or software devs. Another streamer got really pissed off at me because I told them to use Claude. Hold on. Am I missing? Shit. Oh, wait. No. He added the she today. Yeah, dude, the RSS thing. Dude, the RSS thing was a weird suggestion, too. I forgot about the RSS thing and, like, the Gish Gallop of bullshit. The RSS? What? Okay, yeah. So I mentioned it, and then his follow-up today was, I just suggested it, and she went insane. So, yeah. No, I'm guessing, like, truly properly mad then at that point. Okay, we found it. Probably not Janet. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, I can't picture any of the female streamers going insane. But again, could be some heavy hyperbole. Not sure. Let me grab another soda. Let me see if I got some ice cubes. I don't know if they got frozen. But yeah, I don't know. I can't picture any female streamer going insane and ranting like I do. It could have been some small streamer, yeah, exactly. But yeah, BRB. Pretty nice. I did the ice cubes in a hurry trick, where you pour the ice cube tray super shallow, and it worked. Hey, what's up, Footlong? But yeah, could have held my composure better. Whatever. Trying to figure out where to go tonight. I do not know many spots in SF. It's crazy out there. Oh, because it's Super Bowl weekend, right? Oh shit, and you're down in SF, yeah? Dude, yeah. I bet that shit's gonna be gnarly. Yeah, exactly. The Super Bowl? Fuck that. I'd just be staying in. For sure. I don't know. There were a couple good places I went to when I was in SF. I went to Absinthe. That place is really good cocktails and really good food as well. Literally. Oh god, there was this one place I went that was really good. It's at the Levi's Stadium. Are you saying Absinthe is going to be packed? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Moscone? Hold on. Let's double check this. SF map. Oh yeah, just looking at the traffic. Fun. Moscone's the conference center. Oh yeah, like by MoMA. Hold on. I'm trying to think of like yeah, Moscone Center. Yeah, so every time I've stayed down there, I've been like in this area. But you're saying like this is like where all the shit is going down? Is it Moscone? Really? Whatever you say, Paisan. I'm just gabagoo. No, I'm just bullshitting. Sorry. That was a bad joke. So yeah, you're saying like this whole area is gonna suck? That makes sense. I guess that's where like most of the big hotels and stuff are, huh? The place I went to, Absinthe, though, that's... I feel like it's like down over here somewhere. Yeah, boom. Okay, I was close. Yeah, this place is fucking amazing. But yeah, oh my god, look at that traffic. You got some red on you. Yikes. But yeah, this area is cool. I mean, public transit should be fine, right? Tenderloin enjoyer? I thought Tenderloin was like up over here. Like I thought this was the Tenderloin. I'm almost positive this is the Tenderloin. Am I wrong? Right? This had a different name. At least from, like, according to a local I went with. Tenderloin wasn't that bad. Honestly, I've fully, like, been walking around the Tenderloin, even somewhat late. It's not that bad. Like, it is sketchy. Like, you know, it's, like, run down. Kind of gross. But one of the best ramen places in the entire city is in the Tenderloin. At least from what I've been told, I've been there. I haven't been to all the other places, so I don't know for sure. I forget the name of it, though. Mensho? Yeah, Mensho is, like, right around here. Katana? Oh, I don't know Katana. I was talking about Mensho. Right? Mensho, Tokyo. Right here. But yeah, I've been walking around here. It's been totally fine before. It's kind of like Seattle, where people say like you know, Pioneer Square in Seattle is like the most dangerous part of Seattle. It's fine, honestly. It's not that big a deal. Oh, Belltown, it's so sketchy. I've fallen asleep on the sidewalk multiple times in Belltown. Been totally fine. But yeah, Katana. That's another one, huh? Third Ave is the sketchy area? You're talking about in Seattle? Yeah, yeah, like over by the McDonald's, for sure. Yeah, yeah. It's not even Third Ave. It's like that cross street that has like all the bus stops on it. I guess Third has a bunch of the bus stops too, but the one that I'm always like weirded out on is that cross street that crosses like kind of near there. So you're saying this is the one? Okay. Oh, okay. So it's like it's just right down the block. Oh, all right. Well, next time I'm there, I'm gonna have to compare the two. Next time I'm there, I'm just gonna have to compare the two. Bummer. Looks like Katana is actually like cheaper. Oh, and it's open 24 hours? What? Okay. All right. Now we know. Now we know. All right. It didn't used to be. Maybe it isn't still. Oh, this place may be closed. Yeah. Huh. When was the last time you went there? Um. So they shut down and came back? Is that what you're saying? Oh, edited 3 years ago. Door is blacked out and locked. Yeah. They were good last time you went there. Well, probably not that good anymore. Ah, but there's most of the pictures on Google are now from a place called Tauntaun. Oh, all right. Interesting. Really? Why is that? Is it just rent's too expensive? Yeah, Tauntaun looks good. Okay. Ooh, there was this place I really wanted to eat that was next to my hotel last time I was there. And then the day I decided, all right, I'm finally going to eat there, they had it closed for some private event, which was really fucking annoying. Yeah, Fang. I was like all set and ready to use my expense paid meal. But yeah, I tend to like yeah, I tend to use like one of these hotels just in general when I fly in cuz it's not like the prices are any better like anywhere else either. So you might as well be close to where you need to be. It was a pretty short walk to get to the GitHub office, which I feel like was like over here maybe. Eh. Oh, okay. Here. Went a little far. But yeah, anyway, let's get to some code. Fairmont Hotel, the Rock style. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Right, so then, yeah, this part. Post dot body. Good view. Yeah, I found I don't know. I'm usually not, like, in my hotel long enough or often enough for the view to matter to me. Oh, JLem, I just saw your DM. JLem, that's funny. I will say in the future, don't worry about bans. I know it's messing with my flow and things like that, but that's on me. Yeah, I typically prefer to be the one to ban someone. I just saw that. Like I said, I rarely see Twitch DMs. Yeah, like, I expect nothing from mods, other than just, like, being cool, being a good example. Not appealing to authority and saying how long you've been doing something. Anyway, so yeah, I think this ends up doing exactly what we wanted there. So now, if we were to look at it, will it blend? There you go. Exactly, Kenny. All right, cool. So yeah, it's a shit blog post, but it is a blog post. And from here, then we can link out to these. So that's where this llms.text.ts file, that's where we want to map over the blog posts, right? Post data slug.md. Nah, it's fine. Yeah, no worries. I know how it goes. I stream too much as it is. Go hang out in streams that aren't here as much. I get it. That's fine. Looks like she just started, too. All right, so then if we go back, let's just do it manually. Oh, I know what's going on. Right, we're doing this like post stop map, but we want to do like a dot join. Yeah, I was wondering where that comma was coming from, and we just want to join on like a new line, and then voila. So then, fuck. That's the wrong M. We wanted backslash. And actually, I think we just join on empty. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, here's the tricky part, right? We want to do that. Yep, and then we want to join on new line. Yeah. All right. No, this is good. I think I'm into it. So now, right, like we have our leaving off. What I think we want to do is, what are the sections that we want to put here? Let me get more music on. When I know we played this album the other day, I don't remember if we liked it or not. That might mean it's kind of generic, huh? Right, so then main pages will be 1. And some of these we can hard code. Because we're not going to have collections to be able to fetch to fill in the blanks. Right, so some of this can be hand coded. Right, so then pricing. We don't really have any other pages yet. So we'll call that good. So then documentation. This is content that we're going to have. But we don't have that content yet. Feel like you've lost some coding skills? Yeah, I mean, they definitely do atrophy. Anthropic even has a post about that. think it's this one. Yeah, so news is separate from blog content. I think that's actually smart. It's got to be over here. It's like a study they did. All right, hold on. Let me find it. I know I've got it up here somewhere. Okay, so it's part of their research. Oh. Got it. Okay, so it was over here. There we go. Yep, this is the article. Right, so yeah, they even go into it and say basically as much after the end of their study. You know, devs that used AI assistants for certain things were far worse at debugging. Right, so one interesting thing is, right, several took 11 minutes, 30% of the time allotted, just composing up to 15 queries. Which is why, on average, participants using AI finished faster, although the productivity improvement was not statistically significant. Right, so they expect it would be more useful for like repetitive or familiar tasks. So here they're saying, unsurprisingly, participants in the no AI group encountered more errors. These included errors in syntax and in trio concepts, the latter of which mapped, right? Hypothesis is that the participants who encountered more trio errors likely improved their debugging skills through resolving these errors independently. Right? Like, let's find it. Cognitive effort, and even getting painfully stuck, is likely important to fostering mastery. Right? So this is where, like, and again, I don't want to harp on eat code repeat too much, whether they're here or not, right? This is no longer necessarily specifically about them, but at least the situation where someone they were watching was working through a tough bug, and they suggested, just use Claude. Motherfucker, by doing so, you do not gain any actual mastery. Cognitive effort is the only thing that actually builds skill. Right? So just prompting your way through doesn't actually benefit you in any way other than just getting the task done. And if that's all you're trying to do, sure. But there is more to coding than just hammering out code. Always has been. So at some point, you have to struggle bust through some things to build those like synapse connections in your brain about how to resolve these problems quicker in the future. You never put in that effort, you never learn, like you never gain those neural pathways. So you have to struggle. You have to put in the work. There's no tool that's going to magically take away the need to put in the work if you want to actually be good at something. All right, and this is not about the person who is involved in it anymore. It's more about like the part around it. The person they were watching wanted to put in the effort. They wanted to understand what they're doing, right? Here's the link. and a suggestion just trying to help that is specifically removing that ability away from that person, I can understand why they would be directly antagonistic to a suggestion like that. Because the point is not always accomplishing the task. The point is learning how to accomplish the task, because that learning can be applied to future learning. And you don't get any of that when you just let some AI hammer its way through it. Ralph doesn't actually learn anything. Ralph is just a brute force mechanism that does not actually learn. So yeah, none of these tools that are being created today can take away the need to learn things, in my opinion. If you want to be good at what you do, you got to put in the effort. Which is why I think it's funny that there are people like prompting their way through university. You actually went and got student loans, and you're going to be in debt for the next 20 to 30 years of your life. And you didn't actually learn anything because you just prompted your way through it. Good luck. Like, good fucking luck. You know? The purpose of college and university is not just the piece of paper you get at the end. The paper helps, but it's not it. Yeah, exactly. In general, for some people, learning is not something they enjoy, right? Learning is not something they want to put effort into. They just want the thing to be done so then they can go scroll TikTok more or some shit. I don't know. I don't know how Zoomers think. Yeah, right? You get so good at learning, you start thinking about how you could learn in different ways. Like, well, what was effective in learning that, you know? There are so many things that I've only learned because I've hit the same bug so many times. No LLM is going to teach me that. I'm not going to recognize a pattern of the LLM fixing it for me in the future. But yeah, students have been cheating through academia since the dawn of time. Yeah, that's a great point. It's the same thing, though, right? Like, why would you take on these student loans just to cheat your way through it rather than actually learning something? Fun story, my dad was one of those people that helped those people cheat. And this is a story he told before his cardiac arrest, so it's fully true. He was one of those people you could buy an essay from in college. And this was when he went to the College of Artesia. The College of Artesia was where like a bunch of rich fucking kids went. Like, one of the people he made papers for was the heir to like the Walgreens empire or some shit like that. One of those like pharmacy companies. Yeah, my dad wrote a paper for him. The kid let him drive his fancy car. You know, some shit like that. So my dad would have like papers that he'd do for you, but then he had the guaranteed A. And the guaranteed A, he'd actually read papers you had written before, and he would mimic your writing style. Guaranteed A, and guaranteed not to get caught. Because it's pretty obvious. You know, you're slacking, you're kind of a shit student, but you need to pass this class, and then you just buy a paper. If it doesn't match your writing style, and then all of a sudden for the final, or like that final thesis or whatever, it's just like, oh my god, the student finally learned something. No, he bought an essay. But yeah, it's just funny. Like, man, my dad has so many good stories like that. Oh, you can absolutely be self-taught and be good at what you do. 100%. I would actually posit that the best devs I've worked with were self-taught. Right, so hold on, let me catch up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, treat it like an encyclopedia. Yep. Um, People enjoy learning, but most people don't study things they enjoy. They study things to make money so that they can then go do the things they enjoy. Kevin, are you self-taught? Boom, roasted. Like, I don't know. Is that it? Is that what I'm getting? Like, as part of the joke? All right, so yeah, you know basically everything about web app dev and therefore can manage 5 to 10 coding agents at any given time building 3 separate projects, but you don't know what to say to juniors who don't yet have the self-gained expertise that enables you to do this while being responsible for the output. Really a brand new world for newcomers to the industry. I get that, Gouda. When you say web app dev, you're really truly building 3 separate projects concurrently? And they're not just like marketing sites? I find that interesting because even then, the cognitive load of juggling 3 different projects has to like have some kind of like detrimental effect on one, right? Like compared to just working on one. Like even if you're, you know, even if the AI is doing it, you're still having to orchestrate these things. Your context switching between all these projects sounds to me like you're going to drop some shit along the way. Yeah, context switching is your top challenge right now, and it always will be, because that's like the #1 challenge in dev in general. Context switching. Right? That's like the #1 problem that GitKraken is trying to solve in general with all of the tools we've ever made before AI ever existed. Context switching. And I just think, yeah, you're always going to have that problem. I think you'd be better off, like, that's why I'm not big on the whole, like, orchestration bullshit. You only have so much, like, bandwidth available for understanding the scope of what you actually wanted done. Yeah, freelance is absolutely one of the worst places for context switching. When I worked at Fresh Consulting, which was a consulting agency, which is very similar to like freelance work, but I don't have to do the sales and all that shit, right? But it's still like an agency in which you're going to be on a new project every 3 to 6 months, possibly even quicker. While I was a salaried employee, I couldn't really say no, right? Oh, hey, Chris, yeah, we know you're working on that, but we need you to work on this too. I was finally able to do that when I decided, oh, hey, guys, I want to go on sabbatical. And they were like, well, we got more work we need you to do. You want to just be like a contractor, right? You can work from home, right? Well, you know, you bill us hourly, all that stuff. And I was like, oh, that's not a bad idea. Because as I researched it and looked into it as a contractor, I could tell them I only want to work on one project at a time. Boom. Context switching? What's context switching? Now, granted, there's still context switching. Because, yeah, it got to a point where I was leading a team. And I had to context switch between all the stuff they're doing as we like have to like pair program on a bunch of shit. And I got to like start code reviewing all of their shit for tickets that I'm not familiar with and all that. Like there's no escaping context switching. You can only like compartmentalize it so much. So yeah, like at some point it becomes a skill you have to learn. But I do, yeah. I remember thinking that was a fucking cheat code when I went contractor and I was actually able to say, like, I only want one project at a time. Damn, contractors have power. Oh yeah, A writer. Yep. Yeah, I have several coworkers that do the like focus time kind of thing, and I think it's smart. I think it's really good. That's always been my biggest problem. It's not even like the context switching of multiple projects. It's like the context switching of, well, I've got a meeting. Sure, I'll go to the meeting. My next meeting, it's in 45 minutes. It's going to take me 20 minutes just like set up to get ready to like do the work I got to do to internalize the task and like start thinking about the plan of action. And AI wouldn't solve that problem because you still got to prompt the plan, you know? Like you still got to come up with the plan. So you're still context switching. Sorry for the burp. And I think that ends up being really interesting too. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, I do still think this was an interesting article, right? Just even Anthropic's own bullshit, their own research hints at the fact that if you're not putting in the effort, you're not learning anything. You're not getting any better. And maybe that's fine by them, right? Like maybe that's fine for a lot of businesses. Yeah, who cares if the dev's learning? We just need the output. That's how most businesses look at it. I just think they misunderstand that they're also investing. Like businesses get a massive return on investment when devs get better for the same salary that they've had since they got hired. Like there's a massive investment in that. It's an investment into the future of the company to have devs get better instead of having to like headhunt the good devs from other companies. It's just so weird that it seems like that should be an incentive, but a lot of companies just don't recognize that incentive. Yeah, I don't know. You're leaning into Power Automate. What is Power Automate? Sounds like a Microsoft thing. Right? They love throwing like power in front of stuff. Ah, there it is. Yeah, Power BI, Power Automate, Power whatever. Power. Hold on, let me catch up. Since you control the AI agent's instructions via context and custom skills, and you have review apps set up, you only need one manual review of code at the end and rarely need to request any changes because the agents write similar code that you would have written anyway. Maybe. Okay. That sounds fun, A writer. I guess I still don't see the use case for N8N in a context like that. Couldn't you just script the whole process? Like, what is N8N really solving there? To me, that just sounds like a single script anyway. Yeah, I haven't had a major aha moment for N8N. It's just Zapier with AI? Like, I wasn't even aware of the AI part. I just thought N8N was just purely like a workflow orchestrator. Yeah, like it's such a ClickOps thing that you could probably just like write code to do that same thing too. Like it seems to me like it's made for non-coders, which is why I find it strange when coders start reaching for it. I get the AI agent stuff, but like again, it still sounds like scripting. It sounds like just like purely procedural step-by-step scripting. Yeah, okay. So, to that effect, and now we're back to some agent builder shit. Oh man. Eat code repeat. This is your moment. This is your time to shine. Shouldn't have burnt the bridge so early. We were just coming right back to it. Now we're talking about agent builder. I have a coworker that used agent builder to build this like process, this script of like things that they needed to do. Isn't agent builder just a long prompt? It's very similar to N8N and all these other things and LangChain and all that, where you get this like visual, like you get a node-based visual editor of like steps that flow to each other and branching logic and all that stuff. Sounds like coding to me, right? It is. Yeah, I would never use agent builder myself, but you know what? I have a coworker who's just a product marketer. He's not a dev at all. But he was able to start building this flow out using Agent Builder. I was able to then look at it as basically like a requirements doc and then write the scripting that actually did it better and cheaper. Because you didn't need AI for every step. You didn't need AI to do a fetch to the Reddit API. Fuck no. That's a waste of tokens. Right? Like, so it's almost like someone who's not a coder can prove out an idea, and then the flow they have becomes the specification, right? It becomes the requirements document for us as the dev to implement it better. And then that has a lot of value. And then there might be like, well, one or two nodes in there that are just like prompts that they have. And those might actually be something that, well, yeah, I can't script that part because it has to go through AI. And I, as they like iterate on those nodes, I can just call out to that node to run the prompt or whatever. So like there's some value there too. I think at the end of the day, its value is not in being the final production build of something, but in letting someone who isn't a dev, whose time is really expensive, letting someone who isn't a dev at least like fiddle with it and toy with it and see if they're getting the results they want. And then the moment they got something they really like, then it's up to someone who knows better to actually build something that's economical to run. Right? Like there's so many steps in this like agent built or agent builder built thing that I was handed that I turned into a like Reddit analysis kind of bot. There's like so much involved with it that like every node was some like AI prompting shit. Right? But even some of it was like just basic data transformation. Yeah, it's just a flowchart spec. Right? And then after you have the flowchart, well then, yeah, I don't have to worry about the edge cases of what if this happens, what if that happens, right? The branching logic is just right there in front of you. You know exactly what to do. So then you just got to make it real. So that becomes really powerful. All right, so then a writer, you not being a dev, it makes it easier to build something out as a proof of concept, and that can make things easier. No, and I get that, right? But then at some point, when you want to like productionize this thing, that's when you call on a dev to do it. All right? Like, dude got like $10 worth of OpenAI tokens. He was using the most expensive model for every single step. And he was basically like out of his he was like halfway done with all of his tokens just from like testing. Meanwhile, like the thing I ran, it was running like 10% of the total tokens as like his entire workflow, but it was doing the exact same process because some of this stuff was just pure like data transformation. Take the Reddit data and condense it or format it differently or whatever, right? Pluck out the fields that we care about. Blah, right? Like so much stuff that's like, no, that's just scripting. I can just write that code. And I think that is one of the biggest things. Like, there's so much automation out there that people are letting AI do that could just be a standard old automation. You know? Yeah, so that makes sense, A-Writer, right? Yeah, no, I get that. I totally get that. And then, yeah, what's up, Todd? How you doing? We all good? I just feel like you were a little harsh last night. I think you misunderstood what Krasner was saying. Could Krasner have said it better? Maybe. But I don't know, man. That was rough. Who am I to lecture, you know, on getting a little more intense than I should have? Okay. Yeah, I think you could have had a better conversation without being so explosive from the start. But by being so explosive, you weren't going to gain anything from that anymore. Even though there may have been good feedback in there. So, yeah, we can drop it. That's fine. I do need some more ice cubes. Give me just a sec. Just a sec. I did the shallow ice cube trick. Alrighty. So yeah, you just took 300 to 400 milliseconds off of a page load. Nice code, girl. Was that a front end issue or a back end issue? Right? Was it like a data fetching problem? It was both. Interesting. So it wasn't just like one like full fix. Like there was multiple things that you solved that cumulatively was 300 to 400 milliseconds. Am I understanding that right? So yeah, duplicate API calls on the front end, sure. And then inefficient DB calls on the back end. Got it. So some query optimization stuff. Maybe some N+1 query fixing. And hold on, Todd. New day, new challenges that have your focus and effort. Yeah, what you working on, Todd? Anything fun that you want to share yet? Oh, there you go, Gouda. Yeah, was it three rows turning into 5 million? Did you have a join explosion? Oh, yeah, the tagging problem. Dude, the tagging problem's huge. All right, so, yeah. I think we're actually at a good place to say the LLMs.text generation feels all right. Now, how do we comment this? All right, so yeah, we'll add that later. You're going to move from 11T to Astro? A Rider. Now, we can't do the / because this is inside of Markdown, and we want this to not be part of the Markdown. But we still want the other parts. So I think... Oh, shit. Yeah, no, like, the rendering of it. No, so that's not the fix. There's a better way we can do this. Right? Like, we're seeing that. We could do it this way. It's going to be similar to what you were suggesting, but not quite the same. We have to use the multi-line one. All right. Yeah, good enough for now. What an ugly format. It's Markdown, man. And LLMs fucking love Markdown. Someone earlier, who we're not trying to roast anymore, was curious why it wasn't JSON, because Markdown is actually more data dense than JSON. No, this was someone else completely. Nice, Todd. Nah, it wasn't you. They're not here right now. It's the same person we argued with a bunch of shit earlier. Dude, it was crazy. It was crazy. And it would have been fine if they just didn't do the whole appeal to authority bullshit. I think that really just sent me over the edge. I cannot sanction an appeal to authority. That's me adapting the quote that Tommy Lee Jones said to Jim Carrey. I cannot sanction your buffoonery. Would start using tabs over spaces in code? Hmm? Yeah. I would say I think in general, you could probably minify the fuck out of most stuff you would send into AI first anyway. And I'd be surprised if they're not doing that at like the chatbot level. Like if so that's what I was getting at A Writer. That's why I was talking about the agent builder thing. I think for non-tech people, these visual workflow orchestration tools make a lot of sense, for sure. Yeah. I think that's actually like their best use case. But that's why I was saying like it's so weird when I hear about a dev using N8N. Because it seems to me like a dev could just script shit, right? Oh, really? Yeah, I guess so, huh? Oh, that's probably a smart thing, right? Like a sequence of spaces versus a tab, it ends up being a single token anyway, in many cases. I could see that. That makes sense to me. Wait, I didn't even think about that. Is Python like tabs required? Like, is Python really not able to do like just one or the other? Or maybe it's spaces required? I don't know. I don't know the difference. I haven't even thought about that before. Shit. I wonder if when I'm writing Python, like the Python plugin I have is like fixing it anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't write enough Python. What is like the official way to indent in Python? Is it spaces? Or is it tabs? I think Go format prefers tabs, right? All right, so the Python official is spaces. Got it. Okay. PEP 8. Is the PEP system similar to like what PHP has too? Like what do they call those? PHP framework interop group, PSRs. Yeah, so it's like PEP similar to like PSR. PEP is like an RFC. Well, yeah, yeah. So is this, right? So if we look at like PSRs, there's like an official logger interface. And if you obey this logger interface, anything using it can consume it, right? So it's similar to an RFC in that it's about like interoperability between frameworks, right? The fig in PHP fig is framework interop group. So the auto loading standard, etc., right? Things like that. As long as like frameworks can agree upon being PSR compliant, doing other stuff can set them apart, but being able to like interop between all these things is really powerful. So yeah, the basic coding standard of PSR1, right? Files must use only these kind of tags. You can't do the short tag. Sure, why not? Must use only UTF-8 without bomb. Should either declare symbols or cause side effects, such as rendering, but it should not do both. Like, just a bunch of these kind of things make it to where, you know, all these other frameworks can work together easier, and it becomes really powerful. Is the PEP thing committee-based, or is it, like, Guido van Rossum just decides? I guess that's the big thing, right? Is it benevolent dictator for life driven, or is it committee driven? Let me get more music going. Similar, yeah. I would say the framework interop group is very similar to TC39. The problem is that TC39 has to worry about browsers, so then like the stuff they decide is totally different. You think the Python thing, the PEPs, are community based? Okay, yeah, committee driven. All right, I was just curious. Yeah, I just think this is one of the coolest things I've seen for a long time, because there is no, you know, browser as like the fundamental use case for the language of PHP, right? Because it's a backend language. It's a separate thing. In many cases, yeah, it's meant to put out HTML and stuff, but you know, TC39 has nothing to do with that part. But it does kind of have like the same goal in that all these things need to be able to work together to save toil and effort. And I find that really powerful. Damn, I don't think we've listened to any of this artist before. Stealth. Yeah, this album's good. All right, so I'm going to call this good for our LLMs.txt for now. As we start adding other pages and stuff, we'll have to figure out what goes in there, but we don't have those things yet. But I do like the idea of generating these. And then just the fact that, you know, introducing Messijo, right? I'm totally just like, boom. Ah, shit. Oh, because it's Messijo.com and we haven't shipped that yet. All right, so now, will it blend? Can we, like, statically render this? Yeah, it's... Hold on. We should fine-tune what we're committing here. Actually, let's just do this. We'll reset everything back to staged. Git add dash p. It's not part of my normal flow. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, hold on. Yes, we're not actually done. LLM description instead of description. But we didn't add that to the spec. Yeah, no, I get that. No, that's fine. No, we just uncovered a bug. That's all. Oh, wait, what did I say? Oh, I got it. Yeah. Totally. Sure, something like that. All right, so then let's just double check that it loads properly. Yeah. It did not. Well, I was able to read that there, Max der Viewer. Is that Max Devlin? Yeah, at least it's camel case. Let's chat in Pascal case from now on. Wait, what? I swear they let you do spaces. Do you mind saying what your other account is there, Maxter? Spaces or tabs? None. Like, neither. Touche. Touche. That's fine, Max, but, I mean, I would assume you're a regular who made a new account. And if so, what account would that be? Ah, there it is. Okay. What's up, shareholder value? How you doing? Interestingly, underscores actually split at a reasonable point. Right? Instead of in the middle of a word, it'll split at the underscore. So that's kind of a nice benefit. Elixir devs are stoked. Just no constant case. Why are you yelling? All right. Anyway, So yeah, we want to commit what we got, but we're getting an undefined there, and that is interesting. Yep, there you go, Crow. Are we still buffering for you? Okay, cool. Oh, what did you ask? And when was it? What am I drinking? It is whiskey and Coca-Cola. But yeah, so Crow, what was your question? I probably did miss it. There you go, Max. Touche. All right, so why is this value undefined? While we're waiting for Crow to repost his question. Hmm. Oh, Automod got you? Hold on. I don't know if it did. Yeah, we don't see Automod. I think you posted your message that was way too long, and that doesn't even get to Automod. Yeah. Yeah, if you post too long of a message, Automod doesn't even see it. Oh, you actually saw it? Really? Yeah, I didn't see it in any of my views. Weird. All right. Well, you were thinking about getting a Raspberry Pi. Oh, with a small mic, so we can do simple things like turn on the lights, turn off the lights. You like Spring and Java, and that probably, sure. If I had any tips or things to look into, I got no idea. I think as far as like any of that stuff goes, like, are your lights actually like automatable? Right? Do you actually have smart lights? Yeah, sorry, my bad. I didn't mean that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, exactly. So you need smart light bulbs. Yeah, I didn't see any of the AutoMod stuff. Maybe I need to like relog in or something. I don't know. Deshaun Carter does a lot of stuff with Raspberry Pi. Deshaun Carter. I think he's. Am I thinking of the right person? I'm thinking of a different person. Oh. No, yeah, we know him. I didn't realize that's what he was going by. Yeah, Deshaun Carter. I totally recognize that name. Shit, what's the name he goes by here? Fuck. He'd be bummed that I'm forgetting what his Twitch handle is. But okay. Yeah, shit. No, you should definitely check out his stuff. Yeah, he's awesome. We are going to share his link for you. There you go. Oh, I guess you already did it. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, no, we see him in here all the time. That's cool. Yeah, Java Grunt. Thank you. There you go. Yeah, he's like way into Java. And my guess is, yeah, a lot of the stuff he's doing Java to do the home stuff. So yeah, yeah, that'd be cool. Check it out. Yeah, he's great. I wonder, I think we might have to stop and restart the server for changes like that to take effect. That's my only guess at this point. Yep, that was it. Okay. So, note to self, adding new props to the schemas for content stuff requires a restart of the Astro server. Or at least it does when we're doing like the abstractions that we have. So, okay. That makes some sense. All right. Anyway, let me double check. Dan Vega. Oh, I'm not familiar with Dan Vega. But okay, so we can go back to here and we can do the interactive thing. So yeah, we're gonna say yes. Yes. I think we have to add that, which then kind of means we have to add this. I don't think we have to do that part yet. Damn, yeah, no, this is nice. Yeah. This is quite nice. I have not used this before. I'm probably going to stick with it more. Yes, we should get rid of that. Yeah, the rest of that looks good to me. All right. Oh. And then the rest of this. Shit. Whatever. Now, hold on. We don't have a pricing.md file. Hmm. And I think at this point, yeah, we just have to do the pricing stuff, or like not pricing, but page specific markdown files are just going to be custom made. So this right here, we see what ends up needing to be pricing.md.ts. So yeah, we're not ready to do the whole thing yet. We'll take some of the boilerplate. Let me just double check. Yeah, I need to go to the dermatologist here soon. I'm just having like random like itchy patches. And it's almost certainly psoriasis. But whatever. And I know the booze definitely is not helping the psoriasis problem. It just sucks. It's like brand new. Like I've never had psoriasis before. But my mom has it. And I think it was like late onset for her too. So yeah, it's hard to beat genetics. Anyone else have psoriasis? What's interesting about psoriasis is that it's an autoimmune disorder. Right? So it's not just like a rash or something. It's like it's fully like central nervous system driven. Well, maybe central nervous system is incorrect. But it is an autoimmune disorder. And yeah, honestly, that's really personal. No one has to say anything about it. Sorry. My bad. I don't mind sharing that kind of thing. But yeah, no one else should feel compelled. Oh, hold on. I need to turn Discord back into streamer mode. I turned that off, like, and then forgot to turn it back on. Like, I do that a lot. But yeah, sorry everyone that got, like, triggered thinking they were getting a message on Discord. My bad. My bad. So here on the pricing page, what we want to do is do something like that. We are not going to be fetching blog posts. But we do want to fetch some of the stuff that we are already fetching on this page, right? Like this. So it may be a bit of duplication. I don't think I'm too worried about it. So then, yeah, pricing in here, this is where we go and clean up a bunch of junk. All right, so this page details the pricing tiers for Messijo, including the price values as well as the features and quotas available for each tier. So then from here, it's where we want to take billing tiers. All right, we'll map over them, and we'll do a dot join. So here's the thing, right? Like, we may want to create a utility function just because, like, doing all this inline in a template string is a little gross. It's not that bad. All right, so then for each billing tier, what we want to do is line item, billing tier dot name, song's not bad. Good news, you fixed it. Bad news, you now have the desktop layout on mobile. Eesh. I'm pretty sure all of these problems you're talking about with mobile, those are like explicitly the things Theo is still complaining about, and he hasn't worked there for like 5 years. So it's basically never going to get fixed. Like, I'm almost positive all of these things exist in some checklist of things that he wished was better. Or wished was better when he worked at Twitch. Which is kind of funny. Yeah, in general, it feels like there isn't a big incentive at Twitch to fix things. Only create new things. And maybe that's a bit of like the Amazon mentality too. Right? Like, that's definitely the Google mentality, where the only way to like level up in Google is to create projects and ship them. And then after shipped, You get your promotion, you never look at it ever again. Which is why so many projects just die on the vine, and why the Killed by Google website exists. Because someone really pushed to build a thing, and then they got promoted, and they never looked at it ever again. It's common at most large companies. Yeah, right? Like, the only way to truly, like, get a promotion is to create a project and get it shipped to production. Whether it's actually solving a use case, whether it's actually going to exist in a year or two, does not fucking matter. Right? You will get promoted above and outside of that project, and now it's someone else's problem. Like, how many of these do we think were truly just, like, created just for the case of someone getting promoted? Probably VPN by Google One. Maybe Google Podcasts. Like, some of these were ambitious ideas. I would say Keen, absolutely. Keen was definitely promotion-driven development. Like, I don't know. I feel like you can almost, like, spot these just based on how long they lasted. Google Current, yeah, no, that was definitely promotion-driven development. I feel like Stadia was actually an experiment they were hoping would succeed at, like, a corporate level. This one I don't think was, like, truly promotion-driven. Oh, Threadit? That one definitely was. Yeah, YouTube Originals. Cormo Jobs. Yeah, that was absolutely promotion driven. Yeah, you can basically just tell based upon, like, how long they let it go for. Your news update. Yep. But yeah, I think, yeah, it's probably pretty common at, like, most big companies. I just find that funny. Let me get a different album going. I don't know about this one. We'll give it a shot. It's totally new artist time. They killed Angular JS. Angular is not Angular JS. Angular JS is the old fucking thing. Angular is still alive and well. But that's just Google continuing a very long tradition of creating things that are very hard to Google. Angular JS? Oh, pretty easy to Google. Well, that was a mistake. All right, how do we make the next version really hard to Google? We'll just call it Angular. Nailed it. Here's your promotion. Like, you know, boom. Yeah, I think that's their biggest mistake with Angular in general. It should have just been named something different. The amount of, like, confusion and churn that naming it Angular caused, I just don't think it was worth it for the brand recognition. Like, it just muddied the water and made it harder to learn Angular because Angular JS was still like, did you mean Angular JS? You know, that kind of shit. So yeah, I don't know, man. Who makes these kind of decisions at Google? Because those are the kind of people that need to be laid off. Not the people actually putting in the work, the people making really, really, really bad branding decisions. But I think that's also like a fairly prevalent thing at these companies too, right? At Google, the higher up you get, the less of a meritocracy it becomes. And the more it's like, who you know. So yeah, the people that make those decisions never have to worry about their job because they're best friends with the person that actually decides. It is a live number, but it's not updating in real time like you're seeing it. So yeah, that's like a blog post I want to publish. But the idea is messages processed. Yeah, no, that's actually just a number that we're ticking as we process messages. Keywords matched, same thing. But the value churning, that's actually driven by a like a poll, right? Like we're polling the back end every 30 seconds. So what you're going to see is after 30 seconds, the numbers actually like slow down because the way I'm approximating the fudge factor to animate it when we first load is now broken. So now we're at like a pretty like accurate amount of like messages processed since the last 30 seconds, right? Like this is a good approximation at this point. So yeah, there's definitely like a fix to make there. And definitely something we want to call out in the blog post about it. But I still think it's kind of fun. Like it's a somewhat novel way of doing this. Without breaking the bank and making it like fully real time. Damn, this album's good. This is crunchy. But okay, so yeah, we want to finish hammering out these billing tiers. We do want to give this 2 spaces between tiers, I think. I don't know about that one. No, I think we're fine. So yeah, monthly price, yearly price. Let's double check how we're doing the rendering here. Right, so yeah, let's do keywords and then event. Ah. Damn, this song is super crunchy. Ah, shit. All right, so yeah, we map through these, and then events, and then the next thing. What's the other stuff we're looking at there? And damn, we got so many tabs open. Oh, I actually wanted that one. Oh, no, this is the one we wanted. All right, so yeah, here in pricing tier card, events, and then we do lenses. And we had a message. What was that? Quick dev take. Do you return in a switch statement if you need to exit before you hit break? Just asking for preference experience? No, I would only return in a switch statement if every case returns. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up for some failure. In general, I hate JavaScript switch statements. I try my best to never use them. Damn, this album's fun. I like it. It's definitely a little different than the stuff we normally play. Do I keep all my todays somewhere? The message that I put in my today command is in the announcements channel on Discord. So you can actually go through and see like this giant history of stuff that we've had as our today commands. Shit, when did I start doing that? I'm curious, like, when our first today command was. Dude, it looks like I've been doing this since before COVID. Yeah. 2019. The first one we did. I'm heading back down the monetization trail. It's like the Oregon Trail, but less dysentery. I hope. Yeah, they've gotten more verbose over time. But yeah, so I've been doing a today command for stream stuff since 2019. Like I missed some days here and there, I'm sure. But yeah. So if you really want to get like a history through that stuff, go for it. Yeah, exactly, Manlin. Yep. Yeah, like if you were returning from every case, then sure. But if not, I think there's just like a logic problem there. Yeah, it's kind of fun. But real quick, let me go pee. I gotta use the restroom. We're gonna grab another soda and maybe some more ice cubes, and I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Bathroom time. Ooh, and yeah, what am I doing for dinner tonight? Oh, you got too many discords? Yeah, that happens. Also, it's like a really old photo of me. I need to update my photo, like everywhere. Okay, this album just got really crunchy. Holy shit. It's trying to cook my brain. When I missed a follow. Kalasiki, thank you for the follow. My bad. All right, we'll let the album keep going. So yeah, the thing we want to do right now is we want to keep hammering out these billing tiers in a way that resembles what we're doing on the billing page, right? So lens results, right. Yeah, we'll keep doing it. All right, so email, Slack, Discord. So this becomes a little gross, right? Like the way we're trying to do this, we don't want to insert a new line if the thing isn't there. There's got to be a better way to format this. And man, no spoilers, but I found myself saying hot dog way more than I've ever said in the past just because of Fallout. Hot dog. Like, dude, I really like it. All right, I do think this ends up being good. So we go back localhost and we go to pricing.md. Will it blend? It fucking does, dude. Yeah, shit. Oh, but that's why we wanted that. Because we want to be able to do that. We could... Nah, we're going to do it just as a regular string. And we'll just do a /n at the beginning. So then we'll do something like that. And then, yeah, we don't need this, because there's nothing after it. Yeah. Okay, so then after that bit... Oh, I was spelled guaranteed wrong. What are some words that everyone else like spells wrong every time? It's guarantee. Every single fucking time. Guarantee. Guarana. If I could just remember guarana, I'll be good to go, right? Guaranti. If I can just remember guaranti, then I got it. That's my mental mnemonic at this point. I'm not sure we actually have an enterprise page. Yeah, I know that's one of the tasks we want to do anyway. So what we'll do here is... Sure, we'll call that good enough. So then... Right? And we can do enterprise stuff later. So now we at least have that page, and we can link to it from here, and that's good to go. Perfect. I do think, yeah, titles need space after them. Actually, do we see them doing that? They don't. All right, well, I guess we don't need to do a space after a title. Could have sworn I've had issues with that in the past, but maybe not. Okay, so, yeah. That was one of the things that we needed to add. And this is really like where we want to start measuring the AirOps stuff. I don't think AirOps is going to solve our problem immediately, right? Like, they're not going to see the released shit that we got anyway. Um, the topic is oh, here we go. All right, so add a topic. Platform rankings. Um, right, so we'll do that. Platform rankings, add prompt. We'll add another. Right, and these are just the reason we're using AirOps is we want to measure our like how often we're getting recommended for various prompts. So enter the prompt that we would like to track. This next prompt is going to be something like, hold on, let's get more music going. Oh, this one seems kind of cool. What are some other prompts that we would really want to like show up in when someone's like using ChatGPT, etc.? Enter the prompt that you would like track. I mean, like to track? Yeah, AirOps seems really fucking buggy. Yeah, less word do trick. Is AirOps vibe coded? I would almost bet money on it. All right, seems like some pretty generic Shad CN stuff, right? Wait, is what popping off? Wait, what are you asking there? We leave tonight? It's the service I'm using right now on screen. And there's other tools for it. Oh, shit. I might have it on my phone. Fuck. There was another platform for tracking this stuff that I wanted to check out just for the fact that I've seen the dude on Twitter. He's got like a little logo next to his name and everything. I do find that actually interesting. Like, there might actually be some major value to getting your logo next to your name in Twitter. Because there's a bunch of products that I've been like, oh, what is that icon next to their name? And then I go check it out. Do y'all ever do that? Right? Y'all ever go like check out a thing just because someone had it next to their name in Twitter? I'm gonna guess not a lot of people here using Twitter that much anymore, but just curious. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, there's other platforms for this. HubSpot has a thing called Xfunnel. God, I'm trying to remember the one that some like indie hacker on Twitter has, because I'd love to check that one out too. This is just one that came heavily recommended from like a blog post that was about like AEO. Yeah. Yeah, so this post is something I remember reading somewhat recently. And he heavily pushes for AirOps. Right? So I would say like check out other platforms too. This is just like the one that I've got a little more like context around. I'm curious about this too. In before, like, oh yeah, he's an investor in this bullshit. Yeah, no, I'm not paying for that. Yeah, no, definitely not. But Claude, no, not Claude Cowork, Claude. Oh, we could have asked T3 chat too. That would have been easy enough. Whatever. I think it's fine. All right, what are good alternatives to tryprofound.com? Oh, I am logged in, huh? Yeah, good call. LLM refs? They've got a bug. Yeah, if you just cancel it and try again, you're good. Sure. We'll call it good. All of the above. Yeah, LLM refs already seems better than AirOps. Like it seems more relevant already. Like uh like the onboarding process is smoother. You're the AI, figure it out. Yeah, exactly. This thing's taking its sweet time, isn't it? But in the meantime, we can at least double check Messijo.com slash llms.txt. There we go. Voila. All right. So yeah, it's not good. We got way more content to make. But like I mentioned previously, this is just all about building the infrastructure for the content. We don't need to do all the content here on stream. Right. Okay. So now my brand has 0% share of voice in AI search. Fuck that. You got 6%? Nice. Yeah, 79. Nah. Nope. So then, yeah, now I need to find this fucking dude. Hold on, we can search for it on here. All right, so twitter.com. Yeah, let's clear it. What is the search we're looking for? It's like Andreas something? Andreas Kling? Is that him? Did I just remember it? No, that's the Ladybird dude. Damn it. Hold on. You know what? I pulled it up on my phone. Let me just go grab my phone real quick. Alrighty. Oh, and I missed a follow. Jimmy June. Is that like, are you like Jimmy Jab's cousin? The Jimmy Jab games? Fuck, it lost my link. Oh, you piece of shit. Damn it. I knew I should have popped open the URL. Fuck. All right. Let's do just a quick scroll to try and find it. God damn. Yeah, the Twitter app fucked me. All right, let's try it. All right, there's just like one indie hacker dude. And I swear I saw him post today. Right, like we're gonna find him and we're gonna be like, oh, that's not his name at all. Yeah, what sucks is, like, he doesn't post that often. I just randomly saw one of his posts earlier. And now we'll never see it again. Oh, speaking of, well, not speaking of, dude, we haven't seen Frank stream in ages. What's Frank been up to? I'm gonna be fucked if, like, the dude I'm looking for changed his photo. Like, he didn't as of earlier today. That doesn't mean he won't. This is an effort in futility. He has a product in this exact space. And I'd rather support, like, a fellow indie hacker anyway. What's his name? That I can't remember his name. That's the thing, right? Like, I thought it was, like, you know, Andreas Kling. No, it was not Andreas Kling. So now I'm just busy, like, searching. Just, like, waiting to spot, like, the image. And here's the worst part. It's probably not even going to be close to Andreas Kling. Oh, gotcha. He's got, like, his company logo next to it. Maybe a better way would be, what if I looked through the people I follow who are part of, like, indie hackers? That might be a way to find it. I'm gonna be so fucked if he changes his photo. I'll never find him again. All right, this is the issue. I follow too many fucking people. Though, because the algorithm is shit, you see the same people over and over again. This one's fucking good. All right. All right. We'll give up on searching this shit here in a minute. Yeah, I'll never find it. So let's look this up then. I would bet if he's the owner of a business that is heavily optimizing for, like, AEO shit, then it should be pretty easy to find, right? Jesus. But yeah, like, just the same same people over and over again. All right, I give up We'll try another approach. Ah, fuck. Like I just saw it earlier. And when I say earlier, no, I think it was probably a couple days ago. Fuck. Now that I think about it. All right, whatever. We'll search for it a different way. All right. So back to Claude. What are the best tools for tracking prompt usage and optimizing AEO/GEO? All right, brain trust. Not quite. Tools for AEO, GEO. Here we go. Yeah, it's none of those. I don't think it was Otterly. That is not it either. Any others? Oh, is it still going? Prompt monitor? It could be prompt monitor. I think it's prompt monitor. Is there like an about? This is definitely made by an indie hacker. Okay. Let's just verify. I think it is prompt monitor. Maybe not. Fuck. Nah, yeah. Like, Yogesh, it's not this dude. Damn it. Prompt watch? Hold on. Prompt watch. That's it. That's the logo. For sure. And yeah, this dude, that's it. Klaus! Alright, so the cling thing. I was close, actually. I was actually really close. Shit. Okay. Yeah. Klaus. That's him. That's the photo I was looking for. Alright. So yeah, prompt watch. What's his pricing like? Fuck that. Okay, never mind. Nope. Well, I tried. How about prompt monitor? Right? They said one of these was like self-serve, right? Maybe Hall? Oh, that's why they call it Hall. Hall monitor. It's fun. So it looks like, what is that? Perplexity? What's this one? Google AI overviews and ChatGPT. Honestly, that'd be fine. Ah, shit. All of these things that we're currently looking at are tools to try and evaluate your ability to show up in AI search. And it's not an AI agent. Like, it might be doing some kind of agentic stuff, but interesting. So that's not the only one that picked up the wrong agent. And what's up, Trona? How you doing? Wait, no, show me the prompts. Um, yes, exactly, Manlin. Yep. Yeah, this is all about just like doing AEO, which is like answer engine optimization or whatever, right? Or maybe it's AI engine. I don't remember, but something like that, right? The goal is, right? People are using ChatGPT, etc., to take the place of their Google searching, right? You just saw me do it with Claude. So at this point, like, yeah, we should be trying to measure how we're doing that. Number one, because I kind of need to know and care about it for work stuff, since I am technically in the marketing department. But yeah, like, so I don't know. We're gonna try and do this for our brands, and then by learning more about it, I can be more effective for work stuff. Dude, AirOps is just so fucking buggy. It's just so fucking buggy. It probably was made by AI. Yeah, exactly, dude. All right, Claude. Exactly. Yeah, I want to see how the LLMs.txt is going to impact, AI query stuff. That's the main goal. Okay, I can like these. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, what topic? Social media monitoring. We'll say good enough. Add all 10. Right, so then customer feedback and engagement. Hold on. And now I want to test this. Testing. Okay, so that is how you could do that. All right, so now what else would we want to do? Competitor research. I don't know if that's actually what we're looking for. Interesting. I wonder how much this is costing them. So this does help us like track these things. But yeah, we are not mentioned or cited. So this is just all about like tracking. This isn't necessarily about improvement. Okay. Oh, you got to book a demo to even try it? Yeah, fuck that. What the fuck, dude? Okay, so yeah, this is where we see some of this stuff. So SEM Rush Social Tracker, Sprout Social, Hootsuite. All right, so yeah, we're not getting mentioned. Hmm. Okay. So we've got a few of these set up. Let's start clearing out some of this junk that we're not using. Fast HTML. Yep, we checked that out. We looked at the Open Graph stuff. Astro build something or other, which is fine. Astro OG Canvas. We'll leave that for now. And we can always launch these back up. Actually, hold on. I do want to leave those two because I need the URLs for later. Leave those three. All right, so then here we are on AirOps. Hmm. Yeah, so we can close AirOps for now. might want to leave this. We can close that. And then, yeah, I think Hall and Air Ops seem the most straightforward so far, and also seem like they have the most reasonable free tier. But okay, cool. Cool. Hold on, wait. We don't see that follow here. Was that over on my gaming channel or something? It was. Someone has a name Mea Tulpa instead of Mea Culpa, which is pretty fun. I believe Mea Culpa means my bad in Latin. I don't know what Mea Tulpa means. I do like Latin just because like some words start to make a shitload of sense. Like, oh yeah, mea culpa means, my bad. Oh, yeah. So culpa is like the root word of culpable, huh? Interesting. Let me get more music going. Let me close some junk. Ooh, this song's dark. Ooh. What time is it? Damn, it's already 7:30. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about food. Oh wow, full page refresh, huh? We do see Tailwind. I wonder what this is made with. Yeah, I know, I'm kidding. About air ops. Hold on. I'm actually curious about that now. Not Next.js. Hmm. Yeah, I'm less certain about this one. Like, I don't see a generator file. Not file, but like entry. Huh. Yeah, there's nothing obvious here that gives us a hint on what it's made with. I find that a little interesting. We do see they're using PostHog under the hood. Wait, did we see Sentry in here too? No, I think No, we saw Sentry on the other page, right? Interesting. So yeah, I'd never even considered Posthog to be a Sentry competitor, but it seems like they are these days. So much so that Zeeg, the dude from Sentry, he has a name for him. It's like the rodent app or whatever, right? Like something like that. Which I think is hilarious. All right, so we'll leave some of those open. Looks like we have this open like 3 times. Don't need that. So at least according to Cassidoo's blog post, all right, the LLMs.txt, a for LLMs page. I can't find any reference to a like for LLMs page. And yeah, this might even be a better question for like Perplexity or something. Yeah, whatever. There has to be one, there has to be on. Same diff. Yeah, no, we know about LLMs.txt. So yeah, I might have to reach out to Cassidy Williams. Oh, okay. So it looks like Work OS recommends it. Yeah, so for LLMs is less formalized, but is being used in a practical way. Okay. So yeah, we could create a page for that. Yeah, the answer is probably not, but they do have one. Yeah, Anthropic's API documentation is found that way. Okay. So what is crawl for AI? This doesn't even seem close to what they were talking about. And this doesn't even seem like a work OS thing. Yeah, seems unrelated. Standard SEO still matters. LLM specific stuff. Structured citation friendly content. Consider LLM's text. And based upon the other stuff we asked, sure. All right. Just figured it was worth maybe asking it. You never know. Oh, hold on. You want a riddle? This one's in the Get Crackin' Slack, but totally worth sharing. I have cities, but no houses. I have mountains, but no trees. I have water, but no fish. What am I? Anyone? Bueller? No one got a guess? All right, so we can close this. Do we think schema tags are worth it? All right, so yeah, marking up content with microdata. Okay. See, I thought these were going to be like meta tags that we got to add. Hmm. Oh. Okay, I see. Yeah, anyone here ever done the like schema.org microdata stuff? All right, Claude. Okay, so we should probably be doing schema.org stuff just for like SEO reasons, right? Just standard old SEO, and then AI crawlers benefit too. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I think the biggest problem we're going to have is just like the less simple HTML that we got. So we're going to want to make sure we do more like semantic HTML to do this. I could start tracking this stuff for my own personal brand as well. That would probably be useful. That was the end of the album. Let's do another. Um, more new releases. Smooth Wave by DX Digital. Ooh, that just sounds cool. The best of Eustace Kid. This one might have singing. We'll give it a second. But okay, so yeah, we can close down that. All right, start cleaning up some of our tabs. I do think schema.org stuff is going to be useful and worthwhile at some point. Ooh, I like that sweet, sexy swinging sax. Have we listened to this before? It does seem a little familiar. I know, right, Justice? This is nice. All right, so yeah, we're just double checking this. All right, let's double check some ecto stats, maybe. Just verifying production. So yeah, we've got unused indexes. We've got some duplicate indexes. I could swear we've got that index. So yeah, that one's interesting. And yeah, so jumping back, right? When we look at production, this is actually quite nice. We were seeing like spikes of total query time in the past. And yeah, I guess every once in a while it'll spike to 18. But we're consistently under 10 milliseconds with all of our database querying. I'd say that's fine. I'd say we're killing it. So yeah, those database optimizations we did in the past, nailed it. Okay. Sorry for the yawn. I know, they're contagious. How we doing on credits, actually? All right, 30 cents over the past, like, week. So, yeah, that's totally fine. We may want to top up at some point. But, yeah, the 10 bucks we spent over a month ago at this point, good to go. All right, so local stuff, sure. So yeah, we've shipped it up. Oh yeah, and like I doubt we'll use the full 10, right? Like we put 10 in, but we've got over half left still. And a good like dollar or two of that was like spent on some bugs and prototyping. So I think we're good. Like like when I say bugs, like using the wrong platforms, like some platforms were massively fucking us. But could be worth double checking this. We got anyone going way over? And what platform is that? Deep Infra. Got it. All right, so Deep Infra seems like they are being quite reasonable about pricing. Surprised we're not seeing Novita at all, but we are optimizing just for cost. So Deep Infra may be slightly cheaper than Novita at the moment. Oh, there we go. There's some Novita, right? Yeah, cool. All right, cool. So we don't see any major outliers, which is great. When we were having issues, some of the providers were like spiking up to like 1,000, 2,000 output tokens. I think the worst was like closer to 10K. And yeah, Yeah, all this seems fine. I do think it's odd that output tokens are that high, but I think there's some like reasoning values in there because the output is just a chunk of JSON. Input token wise, yeah, no. We've got some like larger posts that we pass in. So that can't be avoided. We could think about doing some kind of compaction at some point. But I don't think we need to worry about that yet. And Silicon Flow, I don't remember seeing that one at all. Damn, Silicon Flow is nailing it on the output there. And they're fast. Dude, Silicon Flow. Damn. I hadn't heard of them yet. All right, so they got like the big ones. Sure. Image, video stuff. Sure. Audio stuff. Yeah, I hadn't heard of this one. Dude, this album's killing it. I like this album. Yeah, it seems like there's a new one of these, like, I don't know, what do you call these? Like, inference provider? Is that the right term? But it seems like there's a new one of these, like, filling in some blank, like, every week. Like, I really do wonder what the big differentiators between these are. They do kind of all seem like they say the same stuff. Oh, I think this is smart. Yeah. Oh, this is really smart. Yeah, building like the agent sandbox thing. I like that. So yeah, multi-agent parallel processing within a single machine for an entire hour, and it costs 32 cents. Yeah, pricing's solid. What is a solutions engineer again? That's someone that helps sales like get clients going, right? Which is like basically solutions engineers are at the start of the sales process, whereas what's the other, like embedded engineer or something like that, or forward deployed engineer is after the sales process, right? Just double checking it. Yeah, I wish they like this seems interesting. I don't know if I'm a great fit. Mandarin proficiency would be a strong plus. Could be kind of fun to learn. Yeah, so this is just purely about like event stuff, which is why they want you in person in SF. I get it. But yeah, no salary range. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm a great fit for this. Just laying out loud. Dude, I think the agent sandbox thing is huge. I think that's smart. That seems like something, at least, that we haven't seen a bunch of the other, like, newer companies in this space do. Like that, what was the one we were just at? Simple something? I don't know. I can't remember. Whatever. Silicon Flow. That's it. Right? Like, a bunch of these companies are just focused on giving you access to models, basically. Hopefully cheaper. So I do find it interesting when a company's trying to do a little more, right? That's something that I think is really interesting, actually. Open Router is actually a pretty legitimate marketplace for some of these like newer companies to like get a foot in the door and reach profitability quicker. Yeah, Open Router's really great for smaller businesses, like smaller like inference providers. So yeah, that's pretty cool. All right. So yeah, back to what we're doing. Let's consider what our goal for the day was. It was to get the LLMs.txt shipped out, which we did. However, we have not created the LLMs full. And we probably need to. Let's double check what our tasks were. So yeah, we just had LLMs.txt, but actually, let's do this. I think this is done. But yeah, I don't think I want to call LLMs.txt done. I mean, we're still going to be like fiddling with it and adding to it, but we should at least think about what the full file should look like. So we got LLMs text right here. Oh, this album's still good. I do need some more ice cubes because the soda is not cold anymore. So let me go grab some ice cubes. Music should be good, and I'll be right back. Give me just a sec. All right. I also grabbed a hoodie. And man, yeah, snowboarding, like it was good to get up there. I definitely could have put more time in. My boots are fucking really uncomfortable. Gotta fix that. But man, just so many goddamn people. I think that's the biggest problem I got with Stevens Pass at this point. Just too many people. It's not like I waited in any lines, but they were just everywhere. What show does it feel like we're watching with this saxophone? Are we watching Frasier right now? All right, so LLM's full. Let's double check. No, not that. All right, so we got the OpenAI here, but then if we do full, and oh god, it's so fucking long. Kelsey Grammer couldn't handle this funk. Oh, you were thinking Cheers? Touche. Yeah, Cheers probably makes more sense. I don't know. Pretty close, actually. Like, honestly, Frasier was a spin-off of Cheers anyway. So, I think I'd rather look at Claude's version of the LLM's text full because it seems to me like OpenAI is doing some weird shenanigans with Markdown. Right? Like rather than just using titles like they should. And this is how they're doing this part. I get it now. Wow. Okay, so they're doing some bullshit as well. Like, what the fuck's the point of this doc if you're just gonna, like, put everything in these, like, step blocks? Like, it seems to me like this is the exact same content they have in the HTML. Like, why even do that? What's the point? So, choosing the right model, choosing the right model. When we look at the Claude version, choosing a model versus choosing the right model. Interesting. So it's not even the same title. If we were to look at the OpenAI version, my guess is the double underlined are the section titles. So production notes. Yeah, okay. Like, which one of these patterns do we think we want to follow? How about this? We could ask Claude. So Monobrain Chris. I don't know if I have a link for it. Whatever. LLM's text is. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, yeah. I don't know why I was looking at 11 Labs there. It is a proposed standard that theoretically products and apps could use to like provide information to like AI crawlers in general in a format that they prefer, right? They love Markdown, theoretically, right? Because Markdown is more information dense than HTML. Right? There's a lot of like bullshit to HTML pages. And it's just a lot of wasted tokens for like div bullshit, right? So the idea is to help save them tokens, maybe. And the main reason is to get your product included in results when someone asks a question that your product would be a great answer for, right? That's like one big part of it. There's more reasons for LLMs.txt, but this is the main idea. So as an example, the fast HTML project. Well, yeah, maybe make an LLMs.txt file instead of your entire like docs being like an HTML thing that needs to be crawled. If you can provide your docs via an LLM's text, when someone is asking a random question about some tech, theoretically Claude or OpenAI or ChatGPT would have more info about or something, right? A few months ago, XML was being pushed. Yeah, XML is also fairly information dense. I think it's still less. Like, it's still less characters, right? Just because Markdown is such like a simple format. But you can like assign importance and all sorts of stuff with just the amount of like octothorpes you put in front of a title, etc., right? So based on that, yeah, it's just as far as respecting token usage, Markdown, so far, as far as we understand it, is the best. Now, the main goal we have is that I want my LLMs.txt and my LLMs full.txt to both be like programmatically created. And we've done that with the LLMs.txt and the kind of like markdown files that we would link to, right? So now for every blog post, we have this like slug.md.ts. And this can provide some extra stuff. And we link to these from like the smaller LLMs.txt. But then for the LLMs full, instead of having this like separate URL, we just want to jam all of this exact same content over into our LLMs full.txt. What is the major benefit of this? We don't know, right? This stuff's all still so early. But what we can just hope for is if we put in a little bit of effort, we might get at least some reward. And I need to learn about this shit anyway. Because like AEO, right? Answer engine optimization, or maybe it's AI engine optimization. I don't remember. GEO, generative engine optimization. These things are very prevalent, right? Like I currently work in the marketing department as a developer advocate. They care a lot about this shit. Their approach was, oh, just generate a bunch of content. Like they basically wanted like keyword stuff. And I think keyword stuffing is the wrong approach. We do want to make content about certain things, etc., right? But that content needs to be simple, not marketing fluff. So how do we do this in a way that, you know, we can get listed? When someone asks, like, you know, especially at GitKraken, what's the best desktop Git GUI? Oh. And yeah. Hold on. So there's that one. Let me grab the other. Sorry, we got sidetracked answering your question. All right, so we want to at least get that churning. Yeah, I guess this is the big thing, right? Right? Like the LLM's full is going to end up being too much. Okay, so instead, Let's try this. Critique this markdown structure. Oh, context size. Yeah, so, dude, these files are going to be way bigger than any context we could consume anyway. But that's not how training works, I guess. So when something is crawling data for training on, theoretically, this could still work. So instead, all right, let's do a new chat. And then, yeah, just for now, like, what are the best desktop Git GUIs? All right, so GitKraken's killing it. For Linux specifically, GitKraken works well. So yeah, I think we're nailing it there. Rigged. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're dead on balls accurate with the assessment. The only thing that would be missing is like supporting Azure DevOps, which we totally do, like everywhere. Oh, and hold on. I actually need to double check something here. Give me a second. I had to, yeah, it's gross, but I had to propose a pull request. All right, dude, they merged it. Shit. All right, so hold on. I'm going to share this with the team. I just now checked on it. Let's see. Is it there? Right? Ooh, yeah, what GUIs? GitKraken Desktop, number 3, with a bullet. With a bullet. Nailed it. So let me just take a quick screenshot. Sorry, I just got to share this with work. Even though it's out after hours, like, I don't know, someone might see it. Worst case scenario, they see it on Monday. Once again, proving that, yeah, work hours don't matter to me. Like, I get my shit done when I get my shit done. But yeah, perfect. Getting work done. Cool. Okay, so continuing along, right? Here's my current thought. If we can't paste the LLMs full, then let's do some other stuff. You've been really hesitant to skill up like Theo has in agent management. You feel like it moves too fast now, kind of want to wait for the dust to settle. Yeah, exactly. I hate being an early adopter. And here's something that is actually like an emerging trend. Like Theo even tweeted about this, where it's actually like forming a bit of like a nervous psychosis. It'll fuck with your sleep schedule because you're going to feel like you should always have something running, right? So that like that need to just always have Ralph or whatever these bullshit things are just always churning. Yeah. Like it messes with your sleep schedule. And one of the funniest things to me is like Theo's tweet was even like, yes, I've been doing all this. I feel like at every moment I got this shit running, but I've actually shipped less. You know, like, or it feels like I've shipped less or something like that based on his phrasing. I think we all should be trying that stuff, and I'll do it a little more as we go. I want to mess with conductor, which I think is interesting. No, not Netflix. Shit. I know I got it around here somewhere. Fuck. Where did I put it? I don't know if that's it. Oh, Maestro is another one to check out. I think, is Maestro the one that, is this the one the Coppinger uses? No. Ah, it's this one, conductor.build. Yeah, that's the logo and everything. This one does seem pretty compelling to me. Right? Parallel codecs or Claude code agents in isolated workspaces, see at a glance what they're working on, blah, 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 then review and merge their changes. Hold on, is this... Let me try and remember... Yeah, Maestro's the one that has like a visual Git graph that they described as Git Kraken style commit graph or whatever. So yeah, there's a new tool for these things in this space just nonstop, you know? I personally hate being an early adopter. I want the dust to settle. I'm okay with that. Like, I'm massively okay with that. I've just been bit too many times by being an early adopter. Like, I'm just not a fan. But yeah, I guess... The big problem I have with Conductor here is it's not open source. But it is, I mean, we see Nexel talking about this shit. I don't know. I just think the biggest problem I have with any of this stuff is it makes the same like logical fallacy that business has for ages, in that the only thing that matters is the speed at which you ship. That matters only to a point. I'm going to tinfoil hat this shit a little bit. I feel like the loudest voices in the room, talking about how much they're orchestrating and all that, are making money off the hype in some way. Could some of them be getting paid by Claude and getting like free tokens or something? Like, you know, free credits? Could some of them be just doing it for the Twitter engagement money? Maybe. Like, there is so much like scummy behavior in the AI space right now that I don't trust any of it. Like, there's just so much scummy behavior. Like, this bubble needs to pop so that we can actually start like seeing like reasonable takes on the tech. Right? Just like the fucking crypto bullshit from, what was it, 4 years ago? 5 years ago? Same thing, right? All it took was one crypto winter, and people shut the fuck up about NFTs at least, right? Not saying NFTs are bad, but man, the worst fucking people were the biggest fans of it. You know, like, yeah, I'll wait to check something out until those fucking people move on to something else. I think NFTs are actually kind of an interesting and, I don't know, just, it's an interesting bit of tech, and I think there could be use cases. Man, you'll never get any of that shit to happen while like the worst fucking people are shilling it, you know? I think it's the same thing with all this shit. Vibe code an NFT and post it on Twitter for engagement. Bedtime Bear, you'd have to pay for Twitter to get the engagement money. Just saying. Which I think means you'd have to create an account again. Yeah, nah, like the AI hype on Blue Sky just isn't there. You want to know why? Because nobody is incentivized to do so for pure like engagement money. So yeah, like, dude, Twitter just promotes the worst fucking people sensationalizing things just so they can get that sweet, sweet paycheck. I'm really hoping Elon goes to prison at some point. And then as part of that, he sells off Twitter to someone. Hold on. Let me get more music going. And honestly, it might be food time. Yeah, I'd say it's probably food time. But yeah, so if you do want to mess with some of this like multi-agent whatever, Conductor seems interesting. Honestly, like Gastown would be kind of fun to fiddle with at one point. Like, I do want to mess with all these things. I just don't necessarily have a project that I would be stoked on to do it with yet. Like, we need to... Here's the thing, and I think this is the biggest part. Maintaining all these fucking agents is a full-time job in and of itself. It's not just something we're gonna like kick off and then like, all right, cool, let's move on and do our other stuff, right? Like, the amount of context switching would be fucking insane. So yeah, that's tougher. For Cell and Supabase. Dude, Supabase is such garbage. Nothing against the people that work on it or the people that even use it. I fucking hate Supabase. It's just like front and center part of like the charlatan vibe coding scene. Right? People just messing up the RLS stuff. Like row level security. Row level security is just as bad as the security stuff in Firebase. It's this like proprietary bullshit, you know? Now, I know RLS is a Postgres feature, and it's right in there in Postgres. But who the fuck is using RLS building like a standard application on top of Postgres? Nobody. No, you just lock down your endpoints. The same way we've done it forever. Does anyone here use RLS in a non-Supabase project? I'd be really curious about that. I'd be really curious about that. Ooh, but we're not done yet. Yeah. So let's Let's hammer out some of this bullshit. For blog posts, this will actually be easier. For the main pages, how do we end up getting the content in this page? We could fetch it. That might be the move. Yeah, we just implement... Yeah, let's think about this. Main pages is an array. Right? It's going to have a path. Right? So then local API URL, this is just HTTP, localhost 4321. You're welcome, everyone. So yeah, local API URL, right? We get a path. We're going to have a description. And we're going to have a title. So if we do that, we have our main pages there. What we can do is, yeah, part of this API route, when it's getting rendered, right, like statically, and let me get more music on, because I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. Junior. So then, yeah, at this part, we do want to fetch posts like this. We keep doing that part. For the LLM's full, this is going to be something like resolved pages, resolved main pages. All right, so we do a promise.all, and it's going to be main pages.map. And this is page.path. All right, so we fetch that. Yeah, this song's great. Ooh, so it is dot body. That emote's good. uh, text is what I was looking for. There we go. So yeah, result dot text, and then resolved main pages, and then here. Right, so we actually want to do this, and it is still going to be a fetch, and this part's going to be const content. Right, and then we return that. Oh, no, that part's fine. So then here, this is resolved main pages dot map. Oh, and hold on. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. We forgot. Yep. So that's a separate thing we're gonna have to like ask and prompt, which is fine. So then here, all right, Messijo.com page.path. Like from the game Sonic? Is that what you're referencing? Yeah, I always had a Super Nintendo. I didn't play that much Sonic growing up. Like, yeah, I had a Nintendo, a Super Nintendo, and then from there we did PlayStation. So yeah, I never had any of the Sega stuff. All right, so we go and do something like this. Hey. Right, so we're doubling up on the titles there, but we do end up, you know, giving them some space. And we can go and do the same thing. I had the synth brass that's from the casino levels. Oh. Let me double check how they're doing it for Anthropic. Let's go up to the very tip top. Way for TypeScript to handle an import of MDX files. As far as you can tell, if you want to import into MDX, you don't get types. I feel like that's got to be some kind of like plugin. Like, do you have the MDX? Do you have the MDX like VS Code plugin? I don't know. It's been a while. I haven't done MDX in ages. I tend to use MarkDoc if I need to do something crazier than just Markdown. And MarkDoc, at least, does do type checking. But it is a little more like boilerplate. Hey, hell yeah, Bedtime Bear. That looks cool. So yeah, hold on. Let's double check this. All right, so then to this part, all right, blog posts. And then, yeah. We want to map over these. Hey, all right. Dude, yeah, no, this is nailing it. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what we were hoping for. So I think we're done. Yeah, I think we're totally done. We've got this in there somewhere. We're gonna hotfix that. What the fuck is that? Ah, yeah. Honestly, nah, we'll leave it. Sure. Yeah, no, we'll leave it. All right. Well, cool. Okay, so that sums up what my goal for today was, right? We wanted to finish up the LLM's tech stuff, or at least, finish up the infrastructure for it. We got way more content to build. I don't necessarily want to bore y'all with content creation. So then, what is our plan for tomorrow? Yeah. What I'm getting at is like my process for content. It's just hammer out some content. That part's easy. But what I think we can do here is we can say done. There's probably more like open graph stuff we should do, but an enterprise form would be a good idea. I think there's more frequently asked questions. An enterprise section would be necessary. Messaging, blog and initial post, and about page. Yeah, I think that's all important, but maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow, yes, we need to tackle the duplicate posting error that GetButler is having. Like, for some reason, their Discord is getting multiple posts, and we got to figure out why. Like, we got to figure out, like, what mechanism could cause that. I think we're not properly... We might be updating the event as it changes or things like that, but for some reason, like, when we see it a second time, we're having an issue. And why? So yeah, like, our biggest thing is we got to try and reproduce the duplicate post issue. And then from there, well, yeah, let's start thinking about some of these tasks. Excel CSV support? I think we'll move that to do. We've got time, but yeah, fax machine notification support. We definitely need a bunch more content made so that, like, a meme joke like this makes sense. But yeah, fax machine notification support, that sounds just fun, doesn't it? And here's the thing. We actually have a remote MCP API for agentic workflows as part of our tasks, right? We got to do a public API before we do that at all anyway. So even though we were roasting someone about the MCP thing and it being totally irrelevant, doesn't mean we're not going to do it, but not for the purpose they were thinking. Right? The purpose they were thinking doesn't make any damn sense. But yeah, like, really, content's going to be a big thing we got to work on soon. I think Excel CSV support is going to be important. AI response generation and sentiment analysis is going to be a little trickier. But those are, like, the next big features that I think we need to do. Really, yeah, website content is going to be really important. Like, really important. So let me at least add this bug. Caleb reports getting multiple instances of events in their Discord. So yeah, need to reproduce, not happening with my stuff for Slack. Maybe Discord specific? But yeah, so that's a bug. And we want to resolve that bug. Because, dude, there's an actual business using our product. Now, granted, it's just because Caleb's a dude. But if we can actually, like, help them realize more value, we could throw them in the used by section with their permission, of course, which would be cool. But yeah, all right. So I think that's a good point at which we can start wrapping up and figure out, who do we go raid? Like, who's streaming right now? In before someone raids us, like, right as we're wrapping up. So yeah, we see the Coppinger. We see Z.A. Shaw. I feel like it's been a bit since we raided Cop. Elclonk is still going? That's crazy. That's crazy. Did Cop change up his his layout? Looks like he's back home now. All right, so we're going to go raid the Coppinger. And what is he building? I don't know. He's just saying, make apps, do it live club, etc. Interesting, he's tracking days streamed. Could you imagine if I did that? We'd be on episode 2807. I looked it up the other day. I have streamed 15,000 hours since I started. All right, we see 2,800 subscriptions. Not like right now, but like over the entire period. That means I've made about $5,000 from streaming over the course of 7.5 years. I actually think it's higher than that. I actually think it's higher than that. I've definitely made more than $5,000 streaming. Yeah, they don't tell me the revenue number. Anyway, later. Shit. Later.